2.5 minutes from boot up to title prompt. It's alright. So, on the side, I started a second run that will carry on in parallel. Yeah, as insurance. And also just for my own satisfaction. So, much like its predecessors and, you know, like, its nephews. The gameplay is fun. Sometimes you just want to push some swords around a grid. This does feel like it will have some replay value to it. Depending on how long the total runtime of a single campaign, if it even is. Anyway, so we're back here. Soon to go to the woods, confront thieves, knowing how that will go. And let's see, I think I had saved after doing a bit of management to prepare for that. So, we hit the ground. Princess, yes, needs to be running for the corner of the map, where she will deliver these bows to the archer after recruiting her. Julia has extra swords now. That iron lance someone's sword from somewhere. Maybe that iron sword that's on Sasha will go to the Pegasus rider. And then otherwise things will proceed. I got 6,000 cash left. Here where can be purchased. Herbs and shields. Slim weapons. Which would also be a good fit for Wing Horse. That ought to be the plan, actually, yeah. Yes, you are carrying 2 weapons you cannot use. Those are for handing off to the rider. Yes, good. Plan recovered. We ride. Row. Rapid. Yeah, I guess Price and Arceus can trade places routinely until one of them emerges as notably better than the other or not. Infantry get into these woods. Julia has a sword experience. And then infantry finish pushing through the woods to go capture the fort the moment Roger abandons his post. Meanwhile, Wing Horse crosses the lake, visits that town. Princess, accompanied by some riders, goes to Archer Hut. Pegasus has the properties of bird and horse. It is the creature that most wants to self-destruct. All meat, no bones. Fully encase the animal in a set of blinders, lest it perceive any part of the world and decide to ram into it at speed. Alright. Conversation. You can't move much farther than this anyway, so. Deliver Ron Priest. Rest of the calves start riding. Other things to go about conducting here. The movement indicator options. Where one is, where did it actually click in? Yes. So one is no info. 2 is as I've been doing so far. Then 3 is also. Okay. There. Option 4 is the threat radius display. As you might expect. Anyone else have conversations to do yet? Not really. Other things I have heard confirmed since last session. These supports do have mechanical effect. Just be within 3 paces of the relevant person and receive buffs. And the weapon triangle does not exist in this. Weapons are simply as good as their own numbers allow for the situation. And thus, axes can be good. Maybe. Many things are possible. I also saw him replaying the earlier chapters that the just mentioned Sir Luca was one of the options you could have taken for your one recruit. In some sort of accursed non-Nerone playthrough. Take his bones. Very slowly. You have practice to do. There. It's fine. There. Also fine. And threat radius anyway. You may as well port up and be ready to retaliate. Alright, you also haven't read your book yet. Eat your book. The horse also needs to read the scroll, destroying it immediately. Princess has a lot of jogging to do. Bold indeed. Acceptable. That's learning. Obtaining the power of swords. Weird that this guy is like bolted in place and not willing to even like step back and take shots. Acceptable, but weird. You are without javelin. So you just keep plowing forward. There's like one brigand out there. Axe life. You could projectile. So you're already on your feet. Stay on this guy. Resolve him. No notes. He's doing fine. Everyone is already perfect. So that's all working out good over there. That archer might decide to dive in. Support that part of the process. I can send Plum and Bart's over there. And Kate in order to stay paired off with Sasha. I will leave only Renan and Julia here. Renan, Julia, Entei is a team. They can get work done. Someday Martel will be done carving this man. The timing on the double attack animation for the throwing axe. Perfect. Spot on. You could just loop that forever. You onto the road, count up. Off of the road. Swords. True fighting genius. A generational talent. So you, I would expect, will see a path to a village and just charge into it and not bother stabbing anyone. Remain aware your effective range. Make sure that only Julia gets to fight you. Any day now. She's working on it. Top minds. Leading names in the fighting arts. Okay. Where you going, Roger? Chaos engine in motion. Our own has decided to be strong. We're all better off for it. Okay, let's begin. The diligence. Oh, you could just talk to him. If you go in first, alright. Sword. And then from that, the cutscene fight. You are not my prey. Have a mango or something. That is a problem, though. Unless I then immediately have him go ahead and charm this man to pieces. Got those quick draw animations. To shreds. Nothing remains. You move up. I think I tested on the side. The save staff is not worth experience when you use it. Tragically. Where are you going? What is your plan? Alright, come on, Martel. You got this. You'll learn so much. Already level 8. Truly implacable. I'll run this man over. You're working on it. Sword. Get rid of these things. They sound dangerous. I end up having to do more serious maneuvers here. These three do have that fort to work with, so I think now divert parts and plumb south across the woods. Sasha continues running. Kate will go deal with that guy in the woods. Possibly with support from the trio. He has decided to force the issue. You're wondering what I would have done to provoke him into going this way the first time. Is it merely a trick of the dice? Stock would be more accurate. Substantially more. Finish him. I'll allow 2 uses of S-Stock to get this over with. Ow, the skies are clear. What is your threat zone? I stay in the woods. You will have great difficulty pursuing me. Unless you too can leave your horse. Cost 2 out of 5, so you can take 2 steps in the woods, whereas cost 3 out of 8. Also 2 steps into the woods. There are clerics over here. Just stay out of immediate attack range. You'll be fine. Power of crossed bow. Right, so next turn, you go in there and recruit. If I offer some kind of bait over here, maybe I can lure Roger crossing back over. Right. Demonstrate the method. Method for surviving. Being struck by crossbow. Right, but now you can cancel. So that's also fine. Simply do not be where the opponent is. Currently considering that perhaps the intended action is to bring Prince war crimes to negotiate with the Paladin. He has identified the threat. I've received no information about map objectives that did not already play out in the course of the session. My plan remains to just try to go around Roger and take the fort. Famous huntress, who only maims, never kills. Those days are over. Now you fight for me 220 score. Level 11 pre-promote. Adept, Paragon, Woods, and Castles. Already acquainted with beasts. No conversations to your name. You can get out of the woods with the backs and Ron actually head over there and prepare to receive medical attention. Face 100, yet still I cure. Soul still burns. Okay, your support is bi-directional, so it will help if the princess gets over here. One archer left in the back corner. He may just be out for blood. Fly over here and deliver that physics stone. Not out of the woods yet. Close enough. Mount up. If they force the issue, I should annihilate them. It did just demonstrate a willingness to do scripted cutscene battling. If he's supposed to live through this, maybe he'll have plot armor. Rugged terrain. Unfit for horse. They're your mistake. You might now be able to rush past him. So this turn, he moves there. We'll have the advantage crossing frontier as well. It's only 2 cost for you. This might be what lets me get around him. And you, as a rugged mountain man, move through rocks as if they were air. Rolls for axe hackers? Unthinkable. How's your frontier movement? Also not great. You are just got a normal foot unit in terms of movement options. You choose poorly. for my purposes, you choose ideally. Oh, wait, you trying to like chase down your swordsman? Well, choose your fighter. You can't even be mounted on the dirt. It's too powerful. Yeah, no movement from you. You are still stuck. Woods. Not using brave bow ammunition. An ordinary crossbowman. Problem solving. So, everyone out of your kill radius. No one is going over there. Safe. Julia into the back lot. Become necessary. Have Vega over there. Ready to kill. One tile off from the throne. Nothing else to do here unless I can sneak in some healer experience. Maybe with the physic? How far can it reach? Everywhere. Well, that's super important to just use on this. On accounting. We don't have any wizards yet. Meanwhile, at the Temple of Mars the Apolitical. Mars uninvolved in the squabbles of men. Esoteric and erudite will of Mars, god of something. Gwen Chaos. Ye of the popped collar. Ye of the half-wood. He's got some kind of crown going on. We are like brothers, you and I say, preparing to end your life with a fireball. Just wizard things. Alright, so... what news? Indoor battle, 8 units. Shadow Bishops. And Shadow Knights. We managed a whole 4 maps of just people fighting people over people stuff. Enough of this noise. Problem Cult has arrived. Yeah, level 30, 60 health, we are perhaps not supposed to defeat Pope Gwen Chaos at this time. Actually, I can get his full stat page during this preview. What do you have, Your Holiness? Uncounterable forbidden dark magic. Why? We were friends. 18 defense. 128 accuracy. Fire, thunder, wind, darkness, staves. Has wrath. Can teleport. Behold, a wizard. Yeah, 35 attack damage on this hell beam. Dagon here, presumably the actual boss of the map, with his mere black hole. His AoE attack usable every other turn. Can also teleport. Maybe you're also a plot guy. Who knows? Although, do you have a potion? Okay, you have a revive. So probably also a plot guy. Maybe you get to kill him and... 5 tiles in a cross, so I read that as like AoE distance 1, plus sign. 5 total pile. Probably. So what are your normal guys? Just Draculas? Common woodland Draculas? No skills, just blood. And Demon Lance. As far as the main body of this force, it's 2 blood wizards, bunch of blood spearmen, and 1 blood knight. The sad knight. Think about horse. As magic shield over there. Lance and Axe Knight has Nihil, Wrath, Adept, Aragon, Frontier. Possible also more than just a regular guy over here. Or maybe regular guys will just be this complicated. That's it, Mars. Wundergust! Signature spell of the bishop. No skills, just is big. 24. And the rest of your team here. One saint with an elixir. And level 1 stands out. You might be the person we get to keep. Just a basic wind mage with a miracle charm. The only cleric here with a name. Multiple generic wind wizards. Okay, one fire wizard. The differences between the elements of spell would be side by side if there's no triangle. You must have rolls from their stats then. And it's you are fire and light. Yes. And wind and lightning. So, this is not a city. There are no shops available. I already saved. I think most equipment is where I would want it to be on everyone already. You were supposed to give these bows to our new hire, Michelle. Have some normal projectiles. I was supposed to give you a normal sword. Something less expensive than charm. Would hand over the iron? Either the iron or the slim. Outside of the weight saving, slim is just kind of bad. You have the scimitar for your main sword as well. Alright, put the iron on Vega. Now you have a walking around weapon. Show me what you got. A bit of a final destination we got here. It's temple. There is meeting hall. Everyone is already in the mix. Looks like this is a bit of a cutscene fight. Call would be probably just Gwen kills Eisenbach unavoidably. And then leaves. And everyone else has to take out Dagon. So I need people who can walk quickly into the fight and then start removing heads from shoulders. 5 defense on the Spearman. A halberd that is useless to you here, as no one can horse indoors. It is forbidden. Okay, so, and I have to be here. Vega is not a pre-promote. He's very dangerous, but he would appear to otherwise be normal for level curve. Yeah, he will Swords Master at some point. Yeah, Raquel, you have sworn to never kill a man, but consider popping some heads right now. No. Not Martel. Always their own. Martel, I would say Julia. Any of you have... Did any of you announce a conversation you want to have? Yes, you're trying to go talk to the heir. And that, at least, is a polite part of the workflow here. It's a little tedious to check everyone. There's at least somewhere in the menu that says up front, hey, that guy, get him. I don't know if I'll have time for healing to matter in this. It's more like we want to just rush in there and smash everyone. Ante has to be here anyway, so... Oh, it's out. I'll keep Sasha in. The leadership aura is important. She has a bunch of supports. Kate should be there then. To also launch bullets. Hopefully there'll be an arena at some point, where I might have the chance to normalize some of these levels. Maybe not, though. Anything could happen. Sword. Gun. Sword. Sword. That's the plan. Something that's already been firmly on display level design-wise is that movement speed and map spacing are used to enforce the timing that events occur. For a franchise whose signature mechanics are all about chaos, there's a lot of other elements of emblems that are very well-tuned machines. Those are the only two things that could oppose me. You have not used your own power. You steal the power of others, he says, nervously pushing the statue of Mars off of the pedestal. This is the shrine of just me. I am Windboss. Nah, wife gone. Okay, surprising to not have him explode in a single strike. One, two, go. Okay. Battle is joined. The Martians are over there in the corner as an allied faction, looking very crushable. Need to get at least this far forward to actually distract any of the opposition. Turn one, nothing happened. And they could maybe attempt to distract one of the spearmen. How much of a mistake would that be? 20 attack. On your one defense, it would be to shreds. Nothing remains. Want to move her forward aggressively, though. Get her just shy of retaliation range. She can physic. She might be allowed to physic allies. And yeah, horse is forbidden indoors. Dismount. Walk. On your human legs. Cover as much total distance as I can. We'll be up here next turn, and then turn after that, we can kind of break out into the ballroom. Okay, the pillars are available as cover. Consecutive Hadokens. Okay, so this is indeed a much smaller map than it would appear at first glance. The strongest wizard isn't even diving in yet. Probably be the spears who get to do the most damage. Yeah. Okay, good. The dice have decided that our guy will not just die immediately. Okay, the priestess also has a physic. She might even use it to save her son. Maybe. I don't know the ways of the Mars cult. They might do all sorts of things. Wait, talk? Talk? Talk to Sad Knight. Is that advertised on the bar? No. Sir? Barge man. Alright, now we have a Demon Lancer. Another pre-promote this Shadow Knight. Okay, so threat radii of remaining enemies are here. And over here. Hey, Marouche. Stop. Quit dying of spears. It's a bad look. You can participate in trying to lure that guy over. This is an occasion for killing with swords. No resistance. You have 16 attack. You would survive one hit. Only one Dracula can threaten that time. Yeah, here we go. It's his threat radius. What was that? That's because you have range 2-3. That's not including whatever the AoE on Black Hole is. So get you here. Going to bank on expecting him to need a primary target to splash around. Now forward. Oh, and you immediately get a move. They keep having units that are gray. Either have him finish off that Shadow Lancer. That's the only thing he can do in terms of direct attack utility. And he is a guy who can lance on foot. Thing you love to see, usually. Okay, you crave blood. Understandable. He's at least positioned where I can get the conversation in next turn. The Void. Slaying his own Dracula. Does anyone in turn want to talk? The priestess. Are we now clear to simply dogpile the bishop? Ooh, another way, speaking of these maps, is like tightly interlocked timings. Yeah, so this turn, he can't shoot back. It is only the turn after that he will have another chance to retaliate. So I have 2 full turns to rush him down. This map is set up to look very intimidating on its initial loadout, and then actually be quite gentle. How viable is just diving in for you? Not great. Yeah, he'll kind of lose that exchange. This turn I won't be able to attack with anyone, but everyone will be in position to threaten the whole corner of the map. It's dangerous. I'll let him take a shot at whoever he wants. This Mars cleric is going to run in and explode. It might take him down with him. Reposition you forward and ready to charge. That's the plan. Or maybe generic Mars cleric will live. Now Shadow Cultist. He's the new High Priest. And okay, the pillars aren't defensive terrain. The throne is. It would be nice to give you anything to do. Sleep. So, need things that will kill at 50 paces with a single breath. These run exactly far enough. Okay, exact victory condition. Route. Let's try to eliminate the big man. So, you're gonna run? Or what? Your unholiness? Your grode? I could trick him into attacking his own cultist again. That would work well. Avoid the AoE, I have to put people might moves away from each other. You are already in about as good a position as you can have, and the realm can move forward a bit. You're outside the threat radius anyway. Sir. Most dangerous possible opponent, generic Shadow Mage with a blood tome. Bet it all on Wind Boss? Yeah, he can't retaliate. At least the attack is safe. Either it wins, or it doesn't. Right, though, he has the sauce with which to escape. Okay, so any enemy that can teleport will teleport. So noted. Ordinary iron sword. Not powerful. To kill in one. Charm, though. Not powerful enough to kill in one. I want to guarantee destruction. Brave Bow will do it. Or defense right now. Some sort of demon spear would do the job. Give him the stick. He's just not gonna give him the stick. Oh, that... He does have decent magic resistance. On account of his magic shield. As if he were by design meant to fight this guy. Oh. Wave after wave. The orb. The eye. Snake. Okay, stab him again. Real good. Or down. In retrospect, but if I had stabbed twice, that would have done it. Stab into other stab? This anything? This swords? Charm won't kill. Anyway. Has good crit rate. Rattle those bones. Okay, good. He has solved the problem. When the giant demon serpent appears and tries to bite out all of your blood, don't let it do that. Just dodge the blood. But I'm not a high enough level of proficiency in sorcery to use this inherited legendary weapon. I would have to attain some sort of wind mastery. The mystery. Shadow. The fire of the emblem. He's been doing this for 40 years. Pope Chaos the Shadow Master has been out there doing his thing for longer than most of our squad have been alive. Like twice over. Now that fate has forced us together as comrades in arms against a common foe, I just want you to know, I hate you. I have always hated you. Every day that you have been here at my temple, polluting our air, terrible. I'm going on this campaign and I will fight. And I will live long enough to see you die on a spear. You think Gwen Chaos is a title he adopted after becoming Pope of Darkness, or was that just his pre-existing name? What of a long line of sons of the House of Chaos? sort of battle at a bridge. Notable size. Alright, so I take it that book immediately wound up in the hands of the lad. Rouge, yes. It's your signature spell now. Big might, big damage, crit rate. Heavier than the regular wind. And Shadow Knight. I should try to give some kind of normal spear. Do I have any more laying around? Or otherwise in excess on someone else's inventory? Now Ron could give away the Iron Lance. Right, Arcus, your iron spear that you can't even use. It's too complicated for you. You have mastery of 11. You know all the spears. Here you go. Here as well. Let's see. Could not use this halberd during the previous map, or just chose not to use it. Now he can. Okay, maybe now as an ally, anything has changed about his type line here? No. Frontier, Paragon, Adept, Wrath, Nihil. On with the show? Is anyone gonna try and stop me at the forest? Right, we do have our spy. He's out there. Somewhere. Out there. Right here. Liberation Army. The army that liberates? It's okay, I'm not the large, old creep. I'm a young, slim creep. Don't tell anyone else about my scars. I don't want them to know. Meanwhile, every other conversation he starts with every member of the team. Did you know I was tortured in the mines? Does anyone doubt that? Who wants to see a flagellated body? You got one right here. Okay, so impending battle on 12 unit damp. We got armor knights, we have tank. With a double crossbow. Some archers. Fire wizard. Ballista. Separate from tank, yeah, so that's the very long range, whereas brave crossbow is normal attack range. Spears, ballista, bows, spears, alright. And boss man. Standard sword general. A guy with a knife. Also, stumbled around with the UI here. This and its implication that at some point we will have a split team doing different things in different places. Probably. Would point to note a artillery. Yeah, movement of 3. Terrain compatibility. Actually pretty good at crossing rough terrain. As good as foot. Which you might expect a tank to do. Forward. see the map and then make calls about what to do with it. So, the main straightforward path is through many strong men. 2 armor, 1 armor, crossbows and sorcerers. And then there are side paths guarded by ballista and spearmen. And then the general is just hanging out in the corner here, just in the woods. So, manage of our 18 units. Anyone have impending conversation? None apparent. So, Arts has one of my other anti-armor weapons. Arrows should get leveled. And Raquel. Move her to the bottom of the Jigen pile. It's Chris's turn to gain levels over the Cavalier. Garon might be far enough ahead for now. Tagging back and forth between, alright, which units would be most useful for the fight? Versus, which units do I want to have catch up? Experience-wise. Planning this from the top down. Arts for armor destroying. Also bring Plum to support whatever side of the formation Bart's is on. No, always has work to do. Attila's in immense danger with how much artillery there is on the field. On the other hand, the artillery can't move and has sizable blind spots. That's not as big of a threat. Yeah, it's a 5-tile wide threat zone, so she can actually swoop from one side of that to the other just fine. You need to do things, though. Magic thing. Swords are probably always going to deploy together. They do both need experience. Fine, let's do this. Oh, and some of the team has already, unprompted, deployed to the islands. Of course. Classics of tactics game. The blind gimmick deployment. My lord, when should we deploy the reinforcements? Wait until they have crossed the bridge. Okay, good. So you've wound up on the opposite side of the map from your brother. Cool. At least the princess is in position to be able to give defensive buffs. Elrond is unstoppable. I'd love to have one of my clerics trapped on the wrong side of the map, directly face to face with a crossbowman. Do what I can with what I can. And this does position the mirror on this side. That's something. They both agree to attack Trace, that might hurt a bit. Go approach the other sword. You have an anti-armor weapon of your own. Left ballista is gone. Right ballista threatens out to there. Alright, looking good, Chris. And they are spreading their attention over here. Sword. Root, but survivable. I can physic into some of this. As needed. Nope. Don't touch the bridge. We're here for battle off the bridge. Okay, of these two, which one would be able to kill this bowman? 3 defense, 21 health. So I need 15 attack? 14 attack or better, which, yeah, we got that. 14 and a double strike. You have attack speed -9. I think I can double you. That seems a safe bet. The clear path, and Chris will stab the crossbowman. And now things over here are safe-ish for a bit. And now you exist. Rubador, your sword, your stick. I'd like to speak to Runan. Cannot directly ride across the shallow, and will need to dismount from your horse. I should have checked first that you are indeed outside the threat range of the bridge army. Crossbow still exists. Here. There, radius is there. Can't quite fly all the way in yet. I bait any of the armor knights into approaching my side of the bridge. Hey, 3 defense, 3 hit. 5 attack with your slim sword. With iron, you'd be able to finish this guy. Some much needed XP. Or I could have you take safe stabs against the crossbow. The whole front line is very softened up already. Everyone is at risk of death there. Instead, it were Neron tried to go around, not ring too rough. You have items? You just have your Night Crest. You wait over there. If I just hover menacingly next to the bridge, what will you do about that? And you don't have yellow items either. I should give herbs to the priests for exactly this situation of needing to self-heal. In the event that they are isolated. Okay, so we can turn around and defeat Indy 10. As you do. These four make their way back up the coast. On a threat zone. This whole squad is just out to here. Regular Iron Lancers. All three flavors of bowmen. And one swords guy. Azwrath would be more dangerous indoors. Good thing we're not. So, need to finish off crossbow. She's learning. She's trying. Coach Nerone is here. Teach the fundamentals of sword. Vega is here to demonstrate the fundamentals of sword. Yeah, this is probably mostly going to fight this wall. Could try to retreat while fighting them. Or just hold my ground. Physic is right there. If any emergency help is needed, I've got Julia making her way over. And a horse can strike anywhere at any time. Creature of chaos. In fact, you should do just that right now. See this man and this man. Of his bones, the hills. Here, I could lure one archer in for counterattack. Perfect. Secret technique of the Highlands. Consecutive throwing axes. Boss man threatens out to there. He has some skills. He knows the maneuver. Now, in a highly vulnerable position unless I get anyone over there to counterattack. Which is unlikely for now. A lot of dirt left in the way here, so you just keep walking. Basically everyone in the pile there is in position to threaten you. So I lure some of them away with other options. Some of them can threaten the parts of the open ground that I am able to stand on this turn. And trick one of the archers into wasting their shot on Enten. That might do the move. Magic spell to provoke critical hit. Directly into the skull of your cleric. It's probably safe. It's fine. Back here is the favorable terrain. No, Saga. That tile. Group up. Your move. Tell. Swoop on out of there to be in range of all of that next turn. Probably. I should be able to threaten here. On her next round. You have a conversation to get to. You might need to start walking. Or the general is probably just going to stand at the corner and wait to be approached. We should have time to reorganize on this side of the bridge. would still be better to do that sooner. You can... You stay here and provide your aura while we hold the line. Okay, good start. Also, good. Okay, your attack is slower. You are now vulnerable to archery. Classic wizard problem of opening yourself up to chain attacks as well by being too powerful. Safe. Yeah, 5 turns into the map, check what the actual goal is. Defeat Doms. Threat radius is now here. I can attempt to process all of these guys. As long as I clear them out while staying on this side of the line, everything will work out. So, Rouge needs to shoot that one. Will that allow, say, Bart's cut that man in half? Wind Mage doing Wind Mage things. Axeman doing Axeman things. Spearman still gets to cause problems. What else is safe to move back then? If there were any tiles where I could get back on the horse, like back here, then I would be able to throw javelins, though. Would be nice. Let's back up. Now, there's no threat to this team this turn. They can sort of accomplish a fighting retreat. Big man. Whom? Just assemble some sort of big plan. Something like throwing an axe. He's good. He knows the maneuver. No magic defense, though. Would you like 32 damage? Okay, no. Fast enough to not be double hit. Fair enough. .49 crit rate? I swear genius over there. Right, the Wrath. You better kill him in one shot. Confirmed during side game. You could either sell the money bag for a flat 3,000 or rattle the bones. Actually count the coins. That bag contains money, but it might also be a bag of money. You have no ally. You love only swords. It's on the rough ground. Under the influence of the princess. Armor. Man equipped with armor. Big news in the martial world. Alright, prove your worth. Worth proving. Ours approves. I accept this guaranteed kill. He has learned from observing the armor man. He has decided to be more armor. Yeah, Myrmidon strength. It's a good level. You take that. You are set up as a possible princess kill if the lads get this other crossbow out of the way. Although she might not have enough movement to accomplish that. It would have to be next turn. I think the wizards are just standing there, watching this happen. Uninvolved. Let's take a step to the left here. You get your sword practice in. what we can to prop you up. Meanwhile, you keep walking. This entire squad is going down the right-hand path. Conversations must be arranged. There's more open space on this side of the field as well. This small team will be ready to break out of there after the main engagement happens over on this rough ground. Whoever move. Vantage. Get those preemptive strikes in. When magic is also resistance, it's a good number to see. 5. The party split involves any decision-making about who goes where. That might invite some interesting decisions. Deciding which members of the crew go in which direction. Okay, solving the puzzle here. You can step up here. Conversation can happen. Okay, so you just do have a one-sided support. No, there is in fact some mutuality. You still want to talk to Mel. Mel wants to talk to Princess. Island Gang can hang out here until they're ready to move. It's probably the moment I step onto that shoal. That is when these guys would activate. They've been positioned to threaten that shoal directly. They'll be able to move out with the support of the Troubadour once she finishes repositioning. One forward, Renan forward. Arts forward. Mel. North. Well, you betrayed your oath to the gods, and then shortly afterward our High Priestess was murdered by the Lord of Darkness. I think that means you're fine, though? Clearly it's fine. When would gods do such a thing as that? Inflict some sort of disproportionate, ironic punishment on their followers? That doesn't sound like Mars. Flap my way over here with the Pegasus. She can just kind of do donuts in the corner and see if we can provoke any of those enemies into moving our way. And she has nothing better to do while waiting for everyone else to cross the river. Briefly get to ride. And crew sits tight. One more step just to see if they will blink first. They probably won't. That one is an enemy healer. One of them threatens that time. Fly up, dismount. That might get the party started, and then you can immediately run, fly, and otherwise back off into the rough terrain. Okay, pull out exactly one. Rich crew are all going to stand their ground. Don't mount up yet because you can still be shot at. You managed to walk out of range anyway. Good stuff. Very sure all conversations have resolved over here. We don't have to wait till the next eclipse. Attack 12. If any of you have resistance, just Bacon. He also has herbs. Let's try to draw the attention of that Shadow Priest. In fact, get over here. Not even be in harm's way. Tyrone would be able to get over here and mount up. As long as this only draws over the priest, we should be able to carve him up. It's because you also have your damage resistance somewhere, right? Yes, Charm. As protective abilities. Give him the stick. Similar attack speed, so it'll be 1 for 1. Deal 12, receive 12. Sets him up to die. By swords. Which Vega can then administer. Inflict charm upon this man. And then I can draw over that crossbow. Well, I'm already drawing that crossbow. I'll be able to fight them without getting the attention of the tank yet. 25% defense. If I had some kind of aquatic unit to stand in it. Standing there, they'd be shooting from the front here. I want a position there. Crossbow at the ready for snipers duel. You ready to fly? Everyone else continue to trudge forward. Shield well spent. We've learned a lot from the death of Armor Man. Instead of one guy wearing all the armor, what if many people each wore a little bit of armor? Alright, east side team is starting to get through. Reverse. What if I just down? What if she just stayed on foot for an entire run? One is clearly meant to do this. To have Wing Lord. But what if? Any more conversations, Mel? No, you're done. Mission accomplished. $592. Be very sure that no one gets into range of the tank. Good stuff. I have another scimitar in storage. Julia looking good. Putting lines on the floor. definitely do not want to permit the tank to have first round. Someone with armor breaking needs to go in there. One or more someones with armor breaking. Maybe. The opportunity arises. And stay out of the corner. He is level 10 now. He could early promote to Gold Paladin. Like a fool. He still has so much more to learn. Interesting. Someone will have to go eat that bishop. Still, crossbow at the ready. Maybe that's your job right now, Martel. There's a lot of anti-air stuff over there. You don't need to be a part of it. You can just ensure there are no witnesses. Get on with the slog. No one steps forward here. We actually back up into the dirt. The crossbow approach at their own peril. Regular. Sort of line bow. We have all learned well the lessons of the Armor Man. Honorary member of the team. And prepare the anti-tank hammer. You do have Kanto. So you could strike and return. You could be out of the attack range of the tank. Proven her worth. Mars loves this. Why north? Keep pressure on that bishop. Being 4 levels ahead of the rest of the team puts Nerone in a position where Paragon mostly gets balanced out. Yeah, that's Nerone's natural level advantage. And everyone here waits for the anti-tank weapons to arrive. Oh, no, you don't. Maybe you do. How fast can he run? He reaches the edge of the map. Does he get to escape? Alright. Tank. Versus Axe. Skilled indeed. Has attack rating of 11. Quite capable, the tank. Bards may be in danger up there. Or Bards may be the danger. Okay, pretty defensive. There's a lot of speed going on. Martell does important work over there. Get my bring into support range. It's time for sure. Alright, everything working out pretty good. So need to consolidate and then go in for the boss fight. Equipping regular wound for you. What use item do you have? No. Okay. That's the menu for accessing your inventory in general. Yeah. Cavaliers have mostly already done their job. Just need to be within striking range. The people with armor-breaking weapons who have important work to do. And Mel has arrived. Level 3 and pre-promoted. magic is by nature a counter to armor. Yeah, 0 resist on either of these men. The crossbow is just anti-flight. You have an S-stock then, so you are part of Armor Breaking Squad. S-stock, rapier, hammer. Swords have mostly finished their job for this map then. They get to wait. You can take. Take stock of my basic heal. Clicking on that staff. 8 and 22 here. So if I trade this other partially used heal staff over to you. Yes, now it's 19 and 22 heals and 11 physics. Solid inventory. Alright. Warm up. Just in time for the princess to arrive and officially be there. And LaRouche can also hit. Otherwise, you are still a baby, so... You take your medicine. You read well from the Book of Naru. Healer has a whole 22 to contribute to the pile. as well try to get the mirror over here as well. Alright, General. Show me your moves. He is quite big. He's a man full of meat. That is a man now full of 22 less meat than he was a moment ago. Doesn't have pathos. Yet. Could somehow land the princess up for the killing blow here. To be generous, to be diplomatic. She is on this page as having no promotion. But I think what's going on here is that, under the hood, she has been a rider this whole time, and has just been stuck in dismounted mode. But we are where we are, so is this some sort of branching path? She's noticeably less garbage, having done this. Is that something that should have been held off on for a long time? In pursuit of greater power, still? Level limit 20, and okay, now can promote to Wyvern Knight. So she was an anti-promote in her basic princess form. Yeah, that seems fine. Maybe there's some deeper optimization one could do by, like, having her head level cap as basic sword princess. Okay, yeah, also her level didn't change. It didn't reset as part of doing the promotion. Yeah, the level scale may just be absolute on that front. That graph. Where some of that is that with these ones where dismounting happens, some of those stats are the mount, and so contextually will be added or removed. Many details could be hiding deep in the scrolls. Martel will have no shortage of opportunities to do things. Kate can still be a team player, though. Give him a slap. He should still kill anyway, though. No. That much damage. That much armor. Man, made of armor? Like, entirely? All the way through? The body is iron? What do you mean by this? 7, 8, 5. So, swoop. Stab. The horse gets a mask. Helmets for horses, not for humans. Become the luck master. Just roll the good dice, and you'll win. Are our troops exhausted after crossing that river? They're fueled by patriotism, sir. So are they exhausted or not? How many days of rest do they need? Barome, the backup Jerome. Save of game? And let's do some management. Might be a while before I get access to another shop. You can have spears now that you're in the air. Price, give her your sling lance. Yeah, you can do fine with just sword for close quarters. Wind and other wind. I also have all those stat boosting potions sitting around. Luck, mastery, health. I want to see more of the roster. Probably after people have started promoting is when I'll start throwing around the stat potions. just don't have enough sword. Okay, I can take the slim sword off of you. Or scimitar main. You take this slim sword. And I thought I had the scimitar in storage. Maybe it was lost in a flood. Or it's still on a person. Arcus. Put that away. That's not yours. That feels pretty good for supply distribution here. How big of a battlefield are we approaching? Size 12 castle. Port of Mars. Seeing all these lines on the map. Someday there will be more places to go and things to do. This whole prologue section on the island is probably meant to be thought of as one big sweep. Okay, it is outdoors, but fortified. We got another tank. The Duke. There we go. Instead of the general weapon triangle, we have the proliferation of anti-type weapons. The sword that hates other swords. Armormen, Thunder Wizard, Iron Bow. And the Iron Bowman himself is a Castellan. Chuko knew. High 5. HD. 60 ammo. Very heavy. Lasts forever. It's a weapon that feels like it really only makes sense as a player option. Quadruples the number of attacks. 4 small attacks. The even braver bow. There'd better be a player tank out there somewhere. Double crossbow, 4x crossbow. Anti-tank equipment is known. Just need to get Bart's into position with the hammer. Then split it in half with the hammer in one go. Bishop hanging out in the woods with a physic. There are shops on the map. There are houses to visit. A couple of drawbridges. Bowmen in a tower. Other bowmen in a tower. Brave crossbowmen. Sword. Hey, look! It's a tank with a name! Hey, Tom! Hey, Armor Tom! Hello, tank with a face? we have the main gate, a house to visit outside of it. There must be something you can do to drop these bridges and get in from the side as well. And that sure is a sports right there. Sports real? Yeah, new primary objective, recruit Tom. Employ Tom. True Lord. Tom and their own adventures. The two branches of land warfare. Cavalry, artillery, you don't need a third thing. Don't worry about it. Neron's a dragoon. He can be infantry when he has to. Alright. Check for conversation. Does anyone have an official "I know who Tom is" flag? Any member of the unit who is a friend of Tom, step forward. Will be assigned to the Tom Brigade. Your mission to retrieve Tom at all costs. As this is a castle map, it would make sense to bring my castle type unit. Whoever they may be. Arts will be here for armor breaking purposes. Now that Sasha can fly, that's less of a reason to have Martel on the field. Definitely need to keep working on the wizard. The swords can take a break. You are a mountaineer type? Yeah, frontiersman. You're a castle. You can do castle thing. Martel, get out. And Raquel is also castle type. You can be the emergency kill switch. Zeke is plainly quite good. Have an overarching priority of making sure to give screen time to a variety of units, though. This is also where sports are kept. A lot of people need to go to the arena, learn how to sports code. Naron could go on vacation. Or not. That's up to Naron. No, Chris can take a break. If I'm not fielding Arcus, I should not field Chris. They can just go together now that I have so many total units to work with. Yeah, that's a reason to deploy Sieg. Everyone on the bench is level 6 or better. And all my lowest level units are in the field, where I can try to give them opportunities to do things. Yeah. Fight it out. Two for two. We've split a team without letting you know. Okay, so the Duke is not really here. Jerome is boss. Roger will appear at some point, and fortunately, his wife is in the Vanguard. So, who recruits Tom? Now that the fight is in motion, probably just Runan? Probably. Runan would be the generic answer. Maybe one of these helpful townsfolk will know what to do. Very good. More of those? You take them. What's the stat line like on this thing? Otherwise, is it... Weight 7, Mastery 8. You are not qualified for this. You are not qualified for this. Are any of my currently active sword users qualified for that? Anti-armor sword. It's too complicated. Oh, Sieg is also Cav. Spear cavalry. Spear and axe cavalry. Sad night. Sieg is not a sword guy, so he can't do that. Almost have... Someone would have to drink the mastery potion to be able to figure out how to use the armor slayer. Or perhaps some sort of other knight, who isn't here right now, but is approaching at high speed. I recognize this building. This is a school. This is a building that will teach somebody to be good at castles, maybe. Welcome to my gym where we teach urban combat. Anti-sports specialty? Do we appoint a champion of the arena? Must we invoke the most forbidden move in wrestling? You can threaten many spaces. Not the one that the archer is on. You can threaten both spaces on the wall, so I need to deal with you. So, what's our attack geometry here? Armor Knights engaged there at the door. Tanks are actually set further back. Shoot at the archers from outside the moat. Sure. Check what's in the shop. New javelin. Second kind of javelin. Wild. Steel axe, crossbow, spells. Would you like to buy a spells? Steel staves also available. Don't have too much money to throw around. You can get a couple of pools at some point. After the main squad has broken through the foyer over there. The gatehouse. Be able to kind of unite up. Or one of my options for removing these guys on the wall. Now that you can fly. Hop up there and stab this man with iron until he falls down. Victory condition sees through. Meaning I will have all the time in the world. Sports. You flirt with death. The Omni-Tank has begun to drive. Message received. Bart's, friend of Tom. Get in there. Okay, so delete the sniper. No death. Aiming only. You're gonna live today. Brave crossbow in response, though, is very dangerous. Yeah, you would not kill and you would die of this. Some sort of other thing has to be the answer. To being pelted with many arrows? Has to be a better way. It is a bit of a puzzle. Step one is to back off here. Let that armor knight run in and die. He is threatening this space. This one isn't yet. Tank is only threatening up to there. So if I have parts here with the hammer, that armor knight walks in, dies, and Bart's recruits John. And while that is happening, oh no, I shouldn't. All of the tanks are dangerous. I should not recklessly charge into them. Strike only when you are confident of killing. Into sword. So yeah, hold on. If it is in fact her gimmick, as an unlisted trait that she will refuse to kill. That's so useful. You can set up so many moves. You need to get over there and throw a tiny Hadoken at this man. Okay, meanwhile... Fender. What do you sell? Smith's Hammer. Repair any non-unique weapon. For 8,000 gold. Okay. That could be worth it in some circumstance. We'll be buying that now. An Iron Shield. That is definitely something to leverage. Actively buying shields and deploying them into choice situations. 7 temporary defense can swing a lot of results. Gimmicks to the arena meta? definitely do not trust that this is some sort of non-lethal arena. Why would that exist? Aaron. Sports! Show me the sports interface. Okay, you do have a surrender button. Horse is tournament legal? Ron is king of sports. You would think sports with or without horse would be separate categories, but not here. Okay, one fight per turn. Rowan. Lord of the Arena. Look at it. Hold on. Which stat is that? That has gone completely to space. Neuron's health is... I guess that's more a function of he started very small, but has grown healthy and strong. So, what's in this house? Okay, good. But then... maybe Tom knows how to open the door. Zeke is going to be constantly mistaken for having already spent his turn. Wearing the color scheme of don't talk to me right now. Well, the gate has health. You just punch it open with weapons. That also works. And that's the round. Physic Man must be destroyed. Or just hang out until he runs himself out of physic. Communication with the axe. I can walk around him. Try to access Tom. Tom is avoiding contact, which is classic Tom. Still thinking Rouge over here. We can't quite walk all of that way in one turn. Open the gates. Stop having them be closed. One in 20 stabs will crit. She'll figure this out. She's new to this whole winged riding thing. Okay. Bowman has entered the field. Everyone, make him exit the field. Wizard is close enough to threaten. How much attack? 12. Rome's non-resistance. Both of them can threaten that tile. It's not great for him. Definitely need to get the door open. Working on it. And you are also capable of thunder. You will want to go and buy a lightning tome at the armory. You should be over here with the group in order to set somebody up for a kill shot. Okay, that's good. That blocks the wizard from joining into this fight. Arrow is much easier to deal with. Tank will arrive, though. Slowly. Tom, you have work to do. Means I can get out of the box, right? Absolutely not. Mister. Friend of Mountain Gag. Level 30 limit. I think we found who gets the occult scroll. Tank should be level 40. And with the limits on his move speed, he should always be driving toward the front as fast as his wheels will carry him. Behold, Tom! Witness true power! Okay, Verge open. Am I quite dealing with you? Just get a sword into this tank. Damage. That. If I were to follow up with some big wind. Some bigger wind. That would still only be 18 total. The tank would still stand. So the ultimate weapon is all powerful. My enemy? Something? Something. You do have Kanto. Lance the Archer, fall back to the arena. Still in threat range of the Archer. That's fine. The heavies are not yet ready to break through there. Just in exactly the wrong spot to contribute to either of those fights yet. It will survive one bullet. You'll be fine. How much more physics does this guy have? 13 more physics. this man back on the edge of death. Remove this nuisance. Right, skills though. That helps a little bit. They're all backed into a corner now. He could still decide to shoot the wizard, which would be very bad for the wizard. And take him to support you. Could physically block its ability to take that shot by instead writing in here and just poking it a bit. Would not breach the armor at all. So you don't bother attacking at all. Save your ammo, save your daylight. Now that Tom exists, Tom is inevitable. Tom will solve everything. Yeah, fortunately the tank has garbage for basic attack speed. Needs those brave weapons to multi-hit at all. Pass the healing stick around. Red zone for the heavies is back there. Kill this archer. swords? We'll survive either way. Just no wrong things. Okay, so magician, remove the armor. Range 2 only. Now if Esther and Renan just back this tank into the corner, it can't do anything else. Unless I deliberately enter its range with someone else. What? Your weapons have a crit rate? A whole 4%. No, 0. And the rest of the squad really wants to kill that wizard. Already. Attack-wise, I have Siege and Kate. I don't know what the exact value of a critical hit is in this. I did go looking for the manual. There's no translation of the manual available as of my search. His name means victory. Wing boy just keeps winning. Only 3 defense. Most of your kills with the bow. Good reason. Look at it go. Power of Springs? Parts will go over there and crush that tank. So, that wizard can cause problems. My flyer should go assassinate the Physic Cleric. He will survive long enough to stay relevant. And the heavies have arrived in the main yard. Why is that house still open? Who wants to go there? Things to sort out after. She'll be in striking distance next turn. Keep her closer to the fight so that people can benefit from her passive. Out to here. Armored men. Cannot quite get into hammering distance yet. You hate to see it. Although, magic can be used at close quarters. Magic can be exchanged for goods and services. That pays the bills. Not in striking distance of anyone, so you just move up. You will be used to block a position somewhere. Charge forward as far as you can. Oh yeah. Armor. Giga Tank. Armor. Wondered. Three move. This terrain is road. Have up to all three of that move. Your threat zone is out here. Good, I did not put my air unit inside said threat zone. If I had some sort of heavy armor unit of my own, I could withstand the furious pelting. That would be something. You don't have camping. Roan does. Roan should move 7, stab. And then he can land back there. Kate, just back off. Be ready with your S-Talk. The armor men have the same threat range. to shreds. Free book! Would finish the tank off with right here. I'd rather hold more of that. Although, wait, are you qualified to armor slay? No, mastery 6. No one can figure out this armor slayer thing. What even is this? A sword? So you claim. Albert is for horse-on-horse violence. You don't have canter. But Estarach, so you can do some significant damage. Zieg, over here. Tom is advancing. Barnes is ready with the hammer. No serious damage across the front line. You can move toward that house and see what they want. Maybe they have another key for the other bridge. Tom is in motion. Physic is good now. But it's more magic experience from this neutralized tank that I've backed into a corner. Anyway, the other artillery has words to exchange. It's fine. He's learning. Tank is also learning. And man, we're not in the way. Bards could run up and crush the tank. Thus, moves must be made. Okay, take that as confirmation that she will not kill. So that's food for Mel. Now, crush. Flip that coin. He's good. He's good. His available things to threaten are still pretty limited. Okay, you are going to go hassle this cleric now. Standard Demon Spear adventures. Should aim to box that guy in. Keep him from getting up to mischief. Can't get any damage in. You really desperately need an answer. The armormen can go learn things. Only anyone could figure out this sword that breaks armor thing. Like the other one. Iron gets through. Iron could pass. Nerone has had a breakthrough. Nerone could now wield the armor breaker. Someone would just deliver it to him. With your 5 defense, you would be at risk of obliteration. Physic, Brunan. You should go do some sports. Many units should partake in the sports. Just out of crossbow range. Houseman, what else you got? Okay, it's the guy who discusses the meta at the arena. That's all. Alright. Okay, maybe I do be rid of this tank finally. Need to get these guys moving. I will never be rid of this tank. It's like it's made of wood or something. Hopefully, the other tank will tunnel vision in on trying to attack the Lord. This might also work. You're fine. the more important tank to be rid of. If you'd be so kind. Coin flipped. Now, you. You ready for the death you've earned? Oh. Sports? Mangosh observed? The ultimate in combat sport. Two-sword enter. And draws can happen. Surprisingly polite. Okay, you still take your wounds from having been in the arena. Bound to happen. You don't have any items to give away, so... Medical services abound. Right, that armor knight is still over there. Everyone learns the lessons of the armored man. Don't even need the armor breaker here. Lance will pass. Rome is unstoppable. Would make him Lord of Sports. Or I can make Tom Lord of Sports. Will the referee at the arena throw me out for entering a tank? Iron sword for you. Okay, other important thing to consider here. So 15 defense as an armor type versus 11 attack. Without crits, Barone cannot damage the tank. And with his 11 physical defense, the tank can hurt him. If I were to mount some sort of other, stronger weapon on the tank, an engine? For siege? Who would do that? No other visitable houses over here. That's all economics and management. The map is in its epilogue. No escape. Drive the tank up to the weapon shop. I go over here just to remind myself of everything that is in here to make bill of material for what I would like to buy. 9K on hand. You don't have a projectile weapon yet. Mastery 9 for the peel of the bow. Good up. Does that mean you qualify? Are you Spear Genius? I'll let you break that Iron Lance before going anywhere else on that front. I don't have a lot of dedicated spear guys. You can still use your spears on foot. Some of them, at least. Devil Lance worked on foot. Always dismount him. Let's see what happens. Got that free Thunder Tome as it drops. I don't need to buy Thunder right now. Yeah, Mastery 11. You understand. All kinds of pointy stick. You can finish off that priest. That's where you'll get some of your catch-up experience. Oh right, that's the lucky Iron Lance. Well, not that one. Different one. Yes, this one. The lucky Iron Lance. That was +1 credit earlier. It's 2 now. It's learning. Power of Spears? Could get another heal staff. Never want to run out of healing ammunition. the shop after the mission. Ah, right, you. The meteor has landed. Alright, so you need to get out of there. 9 movement. That is your movement range. That is your threat radius. Clear the impact site at once. Yep, checks out. It's broad. Force archers, broad. Great lance. The heavier lance. Take one step back and equip the horse remover. He is much faster than all of his squad mates. Wife in position. Primed and ready to deploy. You need to keep jogging. Ooh, even has your thunder tome now. Frigate. Raquel. Sports! Well, maybe the arena will look at Tom and bring out armor of their own for tank fight. No, they're just gonna send a man to fight a tank. Okay, 18. He's a very strong man. There might be some kind of underlying logic to generating your opponent. A gun, though. Good work, Tom. I dismount you. How many of your weapons still work? All of them. You can just spear at will on foot. You lose X access while you're on foot. That is your weak point. So all the different kinds of Dragoon behave differently. That's neat. I should make Tom champion of the arena. Tom will be king of sports. Swords. Planted. Not feeling a strong need for a steel axe, but I might end up stocking up one afterward. Now you go staff. Forward, wrong. I sort of actively hope that I still get to fight the rest of this squad after flipping Roger. lot of perfectly good horses that I could crush into pulp. Okay, he's going to send his team ahead and wait in the woods. No, good. Correct. You get in here. You talk to your wife. There. Now, Lance, an armor slayer. As Vantage has Pevis. Which, okay, it's not flat out prevent damage. Plus 20 defense will often means prevent damage, but he's not invincible. I would also suggest it won't work on magic, it's physical only, and is an urban fighter. But level 5 wants to talk to Renan. Okay, Brigid. Over here. Perforate this man to set up a kill. This is so useful. Esther will figure it out. Given time. Roger, you're also not over-leveled. Now process the rest of these horses into experience, as is proper. If only Tom were here. Unfortunately, Tom has begun his sporting career. Is not available for interview. Shadow Knight. Keep walking. Roger will fit in well here. It's time to learn. Sports. Probably offload one of my other bows to him as well. High power is already like the name of the game for the tank. Yeah, maybe I give him my crossbows. Even faster bows on foot units. So now that I have them side by side here, wind. 11 attack, 94 accuracy, 19 evade. Under more attack, more accuracy, slower, less evasive. And with how they've been having mages be dual element or more, I would guess that they're paired off into light heavy attack. Generally. Many things are possible. Okay, there we go. Hester should do all right now. 5 is a strength. Enough to work with. my non-sword anti-armor equipment. But first, they'll also let me access the arena from the map. Oh, and I can heal by parking on buildings. Sports. There's bound to be some point where they kick you out of sports. Maybe a level cap for an individual instance of the arena. Esther's going to chase this man into the woods and trample his organs. Football. Others know the default option. Okay, but you could back out to re-roll who your opponent will be? Anyway, aircraft, huh? Versus tank? You sure about that? King of sports! And yeah, I'll just hand you this entire second crossbow. You don't consider Tom an official friend? Bards? Come on. If they deal out a wizard, like that would be the counter to the tank. A wizard or somebody really fast with an armor breaker? As well demonstrated from our side, a hammer can defeat a tank. Many other things do not defeat the tank. Fuck. Would be leveling up one of my healers a bit by having them do tank maintenance. This man will die by hammers. Or this will be the last map of the night. Maybe he dies by tank after thrilling sports career. You should have stayed in the woods, old man. Hundred paces, yet still you die. Okay, killer crossbow. That might be dangerous. This man is ready for football. This man was not ready for football. Of course, I'll strike the hidden vital points on the slab of iron. I'll use my deadly poison. And corrode the armor of the tank. And destroy its many organs. Acceptable. One fighting man. Who would win, tank or tomahawk? He dealt real chip damage. Applause for Axe Thrower. Wizard. They can deal real damage. They're also going to receive real damage from a gun. I don't. Yeah, so I earn 300 cash from a fight. And then maybe spend 5% of a heal staff. Which is like 20 bucks. Well, no, more like 50. More like 100? Yeah. Call it 100. Fire could defeat wood. It's a known good matchup for fire. Versus Brigand. This guy is not as good at throwing axes as the other guy. They need to go back to school. I suppose the other math here that 2 shots from a bow gun is resolving most of these fights. For the price of 1 bow gun, I win 22 battles. I also have a porter go to the weapon shop and bring fresh weapons. Gotta get this arena tech sorted out. Yes, over 1,300 cash. So a cost of 60 cash per fight. The numbers don't lie. And they spell disaster. Sports tank is good for the economy. Does the tank have a class change? No. But we're going to give the tank the occult scroll. There is no real question of that. Your gun? Warriors gather from around the globe. Soul still burns. Skilled indeed, Artom. Also, this is intended behavior. The arena cares about what weapon you bring in more than the level of the wielder. Hours can be exchanged for numbers. A horse must die on every page. Esther's out in the woods, just flipping a sword around. Enemy Brave Bow. As adept. It's possible the arena is allowed to roll some real threats. However, what if you bring a tank to a knife fight? Yeah, I may as well also keep him topped off. The cash flow is beneficial, but the real reward here is making Tom stronger. If they didn't want me to have a level 30 unit by the end of the first act, there were ways to prevent this. Alright, Wizard. Wizard is a real threat. However, a gun? Tom just had a little more strength. I will cap this session of Tom Things at breaking one entire crossbow in the arena. Well, then buy a replacement crossbow. But also proceed to finish the map. 11-ish more battles. You brought a shield. That might protect you. Briefly. The meta is evolving in response to a tank. That's our Tom. versus Horse Archer. Some sort of meat tank. Bad news on the matchup of meat versus metal. Yeah, between the start of the attack on Veldcastle and the end of the attack, there were like 4 weeks of gladiatorial games. If you're in the middle of your war and the Olympics begin, you stop the war, you go do the Olympics, and then you resume the war after. The fact that that man's door is still open does make me think that someone must have an interaction with that house still. Possibly. I don't know if it would be the sort of thing that might contextually look for a unit tag. Perhaps for someone who has done sports at all. And the goal is seize anyway, so I could go for the boss kill while all this is happening. To shreds. One must fall. Okay, it won't be free. Might need some sort of projectile support. He has no crit rate. This too is sports. Sergeant. User of 3 types of weapon. This guy's tough. He has skills. If a man wore armor on his body, things he could achieve. Anyway. Flip that coin. Into storage you go. The anti-sword. Sportsman continues to comment on sports. Yeah, so far this has been very generous about giving you tools. Okay, it seems like the opponents in the arena are now scaling up a bit in terms of defense. Or maybe it's just been a series of unfavorable rolls on that front. 6 more shots. I've spent my sport ammo. And with all that, Tom is still only mid-level 7. He's on curve. I have not even caused anything untoward to happen to the overall level of power of the squad. As if some matter of design governed this arena, calibrating it accordingly. One brigand. Two more shots. Okay, so this will go to a draw. No, 10,000 gold. Fine sports. Sportsman have anything to say to a champion? I don't need to buy a whole additional crossbow. The rates at which ammo were used during normal events aren't that big a deal. mere 20,000 gold. I'm sure everyone would agree that the entire remains of the National Treasury should be emptied into your pockets, Lord Fremblem. Yeah, we came to this land to petition you for troops and funds, but then we met Tom, and he's kind of both in one package, so we're good. If you will authorize Tom to go overseas, does he have a passport? Give him a... Do you have passports? Invent them and give Tom a passport. Uh-huh. Go on, Your Majesty. Remind me why we're restoring your throne? Tom would never say such things to anyone. Uh-huh. Tell me why we're restoring our throne? People say the problem dragon has incinerated a lot of villages, but we don't hear a lot about his policies on other subjects. I've had in mind since well before the outset of this, since deciding that this would be a thing to do. but I might at any time invoke rights as pilot of this run to take any of these characters and just shove them under the knife and have them cease to exist for the remainder of the campaign. More likely, any unfavorable members of the team will simply exist permanently on the bench behind the back bench. If the squad sizes stay about where they are now, and they continue to dole out new characters, it will not be difficult to keep many people just permanently in jail. If I can assemble an entire viable endgame team out of mountain weirdos, that's a fine way to do business. All of these things that would have been like optional conversations in a menu, just firing off in a row. There is a sort of elegance to it. There's an entire world of swords out there. We are but two residents of Sword Island. If you fight without intent to kill, then you are nothing. Meanwhile, Raquel, sitting at the other end of the dining hall, lining up a dart. It's a good thing we prevented that scheming, thieving chancellor from emptying the national treasury for personal gain. Anyway, time to empty the national treasury, and then for the monarch to leave the country at the head of a band of mercenaries. This will be fine. City menu, it's right there, so I can do all manner of inventory management. And the concept of the rest of the map now exists. There'll probably only be one place to go. But some routes are now open. Okay, there's clearly a line there that isn't being used yet. Whole expanse. Lotus Mountain Cave is there. Mountain Gang may yet be an unsolved problem. Okay, yes, this looks like it's half of the total map going by. In fact, we have 2 corners of a border texture. Saga unfolds.